Hey guys, tonight we're diving into the ancient world of the early Christian church, where shadows of the collapsing Roman Empire loom large and the first popes are just beginning to emerge. Picture yourself in the dimly lit catacombs of Rome, hidden from the oppressive gaze of imperial soldiers, where groups of early Christians whispered prayers and shared secret messages about a new faith that would against all odds change the course of history. You probably won't survive this if you're not ready for some intrigue, though. Don't worry, the real action happens far away from these dark tunnels. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Oh, and drop your location and local time in the comments. Let's see just how far our journey tonight can reach. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. The history of the popes begins at the intersection of religion, politics, and the crumbling remnants of the Roman Empire. The earliest popes weren't born with fancy titles or guaranteed authority. Instead, their journey was more of a gradual rise to prominence, one that involved navigating a web of personal relationships, complex theology, and of course the looming presence of Roman power. In the early days, being a Christian leader meant walking a tightrope. The Roman Empire was still very much in charge, and the persecution of Christians was ongoing. Early Christian leaders, including those who would later be called popes, had to operate in secret. They were at first nothing more than bishops in the Christian community, spiritual guides, teachers, and sometimes martyrs. But they quickly grew into much more. Historians still argue whether Peter, one of Jesus' apostles, was the actual first pope, or if that title was more symbolic. After all, there's no official decree or text that clearly says Peter is the first pope. Yet the tradition grew around him. Early Christians revered him as the foundation of the church, and over time this reverence was formalized into a role with far-reaching authority. You may be thinking, how does one go from a lowly apostle to a supreme spiritual leader? Well, here's where things start to get really interesting. The early church wasn't unified. There were various factions, beliefs, and even rivalries within the community. What helped consolidate power was the notion of apostolic succession. The idea that the authority given to Peter by Christ was passed down through the generations. This idea became central to the papacy, even though it didn't develop all at once. But it wasn't just faith that would solidify the role of the pope, it was also politics. As the Roman Empire crumbled and the imperial power began to dissipate, new forms of leadership emerged. The bishops in Rome, due to the city's historical significance as the empire's capital and the burial site of Peter, slowly gained the upper hand in terms of influence. The fall of Rome provided an opportunity for these bishops to become a kind of spiritual and political anchor, even as the empire itself faltered. At this point, you may be wondering what exactly made the Bishop of Rome so special compared to other bishops across the empire. the answer lies partly in location. Rome wasn't just any city, it was the heart of the empire, the place where emperors were crowned, where politics and power mixed. And it was in this setting that the first seeds of papal authority were sown. But just because Rome was the capital doesn't mean it was always smooth sailing for the bishops there. They had to contend with local politics debates about doctrine, and of course the constant threat of persecution. Yet, despite these challenges, the Bishop of Rome began to assert himself as a key leader of the broader Christian world, positioning himself as the figure to whom other Christian communities would turn for guidance. Remember that early Christian conflict I mentioned. It wasn't just about belief, it was also about power. Every bishop claimed some kind of special status, and every Christian community wanted to be seen as the one with the truest connection to Christ. Historians still debate whether the bishops of Rome truly deserved their primacy, or whether it was more of a political maneuver, a way to keep the Christian community united amidst the chaos of the collapsing Roman world. So, as the empire falls into disarray, and Christianity continues to spread, these early popes begin their rise, not just as religious leaders, but as key political figures in a changing world. And the journey to this position of power wasn't instantaneous. It took centuries, with each pope adding a layer of influence, a deeper sense of spiritual authority, and a growing connection to the Roman imperial legacy. And here at the end of this first section, we've barely begun to scratch the surface of the story. The idea of the papacy was just starting to take shape, and the figure of Peter, whether or not he was the first pope, was becoming the cornerstone upon which the future church would be built. So let's journey deeper into the world of these early Christian leaders, where power, faith, and survival all collided in the shadow of Rome's ruins. As we settle deeper into this tale, you might start to feel the weight of the past on your shoulders. Imagine yourself walking through the ruins of ancient Rome, where the old gods have fallen silent, and a new belief is beginning to whisper its way through the streets. Among the shadows of the fallen empire, one name stands out: Peter. But was he really the first pope? Or did this title come later? This question still lingers in the air, heavy with mystery and debate, as historians sift through ancient texts and legends to determine the truth. Let's break it down. Peter, one of Jesus' original disciples, holds a special place in Christian tradition. According to the New Testament, Peter was given the keys to the kingdom of heaven by Jesus himself. This phrase is central to the papal claim of authority, suggesting that Peter was meant to be the foundational leader of Christ's followers, the rock upon which the church would be built. This idea is echoed in passages from the Gospel of Matthew, where Jesus says, "You are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church." You can almost hear the echo of those words in the catacombs, where early Christians huddled in fear and hope. But, as with many things in ancient history, the actual details get murky. Did Peter truly see himself as a pope in the way we understand the role today? the answer is far from clear. Peter spent much of his life preaching and spreading Christianity in various parts of the Roman Empire, but there is no definitive evidence that he held any specific title like Pope during his lifetime. Historians still argue whether Peter was actually in Rome at all, despite the strong tradition that he was. Some scholars point to the lack of clear documentation and suggest that his time in Rome might have been a later theological construction meant to cement the primacy of the Roman bishop. And while Peter's influence on the early Christian community is undeniable, the role of the Bishop of Rome didn't immediately equate to papal authority. In fact, early Christian communities were diverse and sometimes at odds with one another, and bishops in various cities wielded significant power. The idea that the Bishop of Rome was somehow superior didn't take root overnight. It was a slow process of consolidation, a merging of theological importance and political necessity. As you dig further into this history, consider that for centuries after Peter's death, his role as the first pope remained more of a symbolic ideal than an established fact. It wasn't until much later, as Christianity spread and organized itself into a more formal institution, that Peter's legacy became closely tied to the position of pope. The bishops of Rome began to claim a special connection to him, using the idea of apostolic succession as a means to assert their authority. After all, if Peter was the first bishop of Rome, then his successors, the popes, could claim a unique spiritual and political legitimacy that no other Christian leader could match. Historians still debate how much of this development was natural progression and how much was strategic maneuvering. The early church was, after all, in competition with various other religious traditions and faced internal divisions that threatened its unity. The emerging papacy, whether it was truly founded by Peter or not, became an essential symbol of cohesion for the Christian community. It provided stability and a single voice in a fragmented world. Now, let's shift gears a bit. What about the quirky side of this story? One intriguing tidbit involves the supposed miracles that early popes were said to have performed. Stories of healing the sick, casting out demons, and even raising the dead were sometimes attached to Peter's name, and later to the popes who followed him. These miracles helped to solidify the pope's status as a divinely appointed figure. Whether these miracles were authentic or exaggerated, they played a vital role in shaping public perception of papal authority. It's a fascinating reminder of how power, religion, and folklore often intertwined in the ancient world. But as much as we might like to think of Peter's papacy as a golden age of miraculous events and spiritual clarity, the reality was much messier. The early church was still in its infancy, and theological debates raged about what Christianity actually meant. In some circles, Peter was revered as a martyr, while in others he was just another apostle. His relationship to Jesus, was he the most important, the rock, the leader? Or was he just another follower? a man trying to make sense of the world around him. This question remains at the heart of Christian theological debates to this day. As we turn the page on Peter's legacy, we start to see the subtle shift towards the institutionalization of the papacy. The idea that the Pope was the direct successor of Peter, and thus the ultimate authority in the Church, didn't crystallize until much later. But it's this idea, this blending of faith leadership and politics, that will come to define the role of the popes for centuries to come. In the grand scheme of history, Peter's exact role as the first pope may be shrouded in uncertainty. But what is clear is that the figure of Peter, whether he held the title of pope or not, became the cornerstone for the papacy's future authority. And this blend of faith, power, and legend helped to create the institution we recognize today. So, as we move forward, keep in mind that the early popes were not just religious figures. They were political players trying to navigate a world in chaos, building something that would endure long after the empire they once knew had crumbled into dust. Now that we've walked through Peter's murky claim to the papacy, let's zoom out a bit. The role of Pope didn't spring fully formed out of the early Christian world. It was a gradual evolution, an idea that slowly took shape over the centuries, starting as an essential spiritual position and growing into a powerful political figure. And no, it wasn't all smooth sailing, let's face it. Things were pretty chaotic for a while. So let's travel to a time when the Bishop of Rome wasn't yet the undisputed Pope, but was certainly beginning to stand out. Rome's political power was crumbling, the empire was in tatters, and people were still recovering from a time of persecution that had nearly wiped them out. And here comes the Bishop of Rome, stepping into a world of uncertainty, attempting to hold things together. It wasn't just about faith anymore. It was about survival and leadership. Historians still argue whether the notion of papal primacy, that is, the idea that the Pope had supreme authority over all Christian communities, developed naturally or was politically motivated. What's for sure is that the Bishop of Rome was positioning himself as a more significant player. As the Western Roman Empire fell in 406 AD, the authority of the emperors disappeared, but the Christian faith and its leaders remained. This was the beginning of the Church's shift from being a persecuted minority to a dominant force. In this new era, the Bishop of Rome began assuming a role that blended religious authority with practical governance. Roman authority, once held by emperors, had eroded. But the city of Rome remained the cultural and spiritual center of the former empire. It was only natural that the Bishop of Rome, whose church was now the largest and most influential in the empire, would step into a leadership role. But here's the thing early on. This didn't necessarily mean that the Bishop of Rome was recognized as the supreme authority. Sure, he might have been a leading bishop in the church, but there were plenty of other bishops in other cities like Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem, all vying for influence. The Bishop of Rome had to prove that he was different, and he did it in part by establishing a unique connection to Peter arguably the most important figure in Christianity at the time. By claiming that the Bishop of Rome was Peter's successor, a direct line of authority was drawn from the apostle himself. That claim didn't just carry spiritual weight, it was also a political maneuver. The Roman bishops began to secure their position by emphasizing the importance of unity and order within the Christian community. The idea was simple: in a world filled with divisions and chaos, the Bishop of Rome could provide stability and continuity. But it didn't happen in a vacuum. Other Christian leaders had to be convinced that the Bishop of Rome's claim was legitimate. At this point, Rome's bishop wasn't exactly the Pope as we understand the term today. There were still many challenges to his authority, especially from bishops in other parts of the Christian world. The Pope wasn't yet the unchallenged leader of all Christians. However, over time, the Bishop of Rome gained ground. The Church itself grew more centralized as the political power of the West disintegrated, and the papacy became a cornerstone of what would eventually evolve into the Catholic Church. But it wasn't just about religious authority. The early bishops of Rome also took on a political role. Remember, Rome was still a city steeped in imperial tradition, and the collapse of the empire left a leadership void that no one person or institution could easily fill. The Bishop of Rome, with his growing influence, began to act as a unifying force, even beyond the Christian community. As the empire's political systems collapsed, the Pope started assuming more of the administrative and leadership functions that had once been the domain of the Roman emperors. One fascinating but often overlooked aspect of early papal history is the power struggle between various bishops. The Bishop of Rome might have been gaining prominence, but this didn't mean other bishops were just sitting back and letting him take the lead. In fact, tensions were high, and accusations of power grabs were rampant. The Eastern Church especially wasn't ready to accept Rome's supremacy without challenge. These rivalries became the backdrop for the papacy's eventual rise. And yet, despite these struggles, the Bishop of Rome's position continued to grow stronger. Rome was no longer the political heart of the empire, but it was becoming the spiritual heart of the Christian world. This transformation wasn't smooth. There were many bumps along the way. But the story of how the Bishop of Rome evolved into the Pope is one of slow, steady consolidation of power. And it's clear that the Bishop of Rome's rise wasn't just the result of faith, it was also a product of necessity. Now, let's talk about a quirky tidbit that's almost as legendary as it is baffling. During this period of gradual rise, it wasn't uncommon for early popes to be embroiled in outright controversy. For example, Pope Victor I, around the end of the 2nd century, attempted to excommunicate Christians in Asia Minor over the timing of Easter. Yes, you heard that right. A religious leader threatening excommunication over a disagreement on when to celebrate a holiday. This incident is just one of many early power struggles that illustrate the complexity of establishing authority over such a diverse group of believers. Imagine the sheer audacity. But it's these moments, whether controversial or strange, that helped mold the papacy into the powerhouse it would become. The final note here is that the Bishop of Rome's rise to prominence wasn't a sudden change, but the result of centuries of gradual development. As we move forward, you'll see how this process continues step by step until the papacy is solidified in ways that are hard to even imagine today. But in the early days, it was a story of conflict negotiation and sometimes plain old survival. So, as you settle deeper into this narrative, remember that the position of Pope was not the simple, unquestioned authority. It may seem today it was forged over time in the fires of history. By now, you're probably starting to get the picture. The road to becoming the Pope wasn't exactly a stroll through the Vatican gardens. It was more like a constant struggle for survival and influence amidst the crumbling ruins of an empire and a church still defining itself. But as the Roman Empire continued to disintegrate, the Bishop of Rome began to gain a reputation that extended beyond spiritual leadership. He was also starting to become a political force, a role that was more crucial than ever in a world where emperors were falling and civilization was starting to fragment. So, picture this, it's the 5th century, and the Roman Empire is limping along, barely holding itself together. While the Western Roman Empire was on the brink of collapse, the Bishop of Rome began to make his mark on both religious and political stages. This was a time when the world seemed uncertain. People were uncertain of their futures. The empire's collapse had left a power vacuum, and Christianity was becoming more accepted, though still struggling to fully define its relationship with worldly authority. Now, the Bishop of Rome didn't suddenly take control of everything, but his authority grew gradually as the empire weakened. One of the most crucial turning points came when Pope Leo I, also known as Leo the Great, became Pope in 440 AD. Leo wasn't just a spiritual leader. He was also a master strategist. Historians still argue about whether he had any real political clout. But one thing's for sure. Leo's actions during his papacy helped to solidify the Bishop of Rome as a central figure in both the religious and political landscape. One of his most famous moments came in 452 AD, when the feared Hun leader Attila was poised to invade Rome. Now, you probably know that Attila the Hun was a force to be reckoned with, capable of striking fear into even the mightiest of rulers. But somehow, Leo managed to convince Attila to spare the city. Some say it was because Leo's calm demeanor and spiritual authority persuaded the barbarian leader, while others argue that a bribe or political deal was struck. Either way, Leo's intervention marked a turning point in the history of the papacy. His ability to negotiate with the most feared invader in the world at the time showed that the Bishop of Rome had more influence than anyone could have imagined. Leo's influence wasn't confined to political negotiations. He also took a firm stance on theological matters, and it was his role in defining Christology debates about the nature of Christ that helped solidify the Bishop of Rome's importance in the wider church. You see, by this time, there was no shortage of theological debates within Christianity. In fact, one of the biggest debates revolved around the nature of Christ was he fully divine, fully human, or a bit of both. The Council of Chalcedon in 451 AD, which Leo heavily influenced, concluded that Christ was both fully divine and fully human, a doctrine known as the hypostatic union. While the council made the final declaration, Leo's tome was considered a key document that helped shape the outcome. His theological work, combined with his diplomatic prowess, ensured that the papacy would not just be a religious office, but a central figure in the Christian world. This wasn't just about spiritual matters anymore. It was about being the leader of an entire community that was struggling to make sense of a world in flux. His legacy lived on long after his death, with future popes using his model of leadership to assert their own authority. But as much as Leo the Great was a pivotal figure, his rise didn't happen in isolation. There were plenty of other figures in the early church who had visions of papal supremacy, and not all of them were as diplomatic as Leo. For instance, Pope Gelasius the Wise reigned 492–496 AD, famously argued that the Pope had authority over both spiritual and secular matters. In his famous letter to Emperor Anastasius, he declared that the Pope was the priestly ruler of the Church, and that the Emperor was subject to the authority of the priesthood in spiritual matters. This declaration, while bold, was an attempt to assert that the Pope's authority was supreme, not just over the Church, but also over the rulers of the world. Historians still argue whether Gelasius's claim represented a shift toward papal supremacy, or whether it was merely an expression of the growing power of the papacy in an era of weakened imperial control. However, what's clear is that the bishops of Rome were no longer just caretakers of the faith. They were shaping the future of Christianity, and ultimately the political structure of Europe. But let's pause for a moment and consider a quirky detail that might make you smile. Back in the 5th century, the Pope wasn't just a revered figure within Christian circles, they were also a bit of a celebrity. People from all over the empire, including foreign dignitaries, would send lavish gifts to popes hoping to win their favor. The gifts ranged from gold and silver to exotic animals, think lions and monkeys. Imagine being the Bishop of Rome, trying to deal with theological disputes and barbarian invasions, while receiving a very weird collection of gifts from people who thought their latest offering would guarantee divine favor. One can only imagine how strange it must have been to open a gift box and find a monkey staring back at you. As these early popes rose to power, they found themselves navigating a world that was rapidly changing. The collapse of the Roman Empire left an empty throne, and the Pope was filling that void not just as a religious leader, but as a unifying figure. This power struggle wasn't over yet, but every pope like Leo and Gelasius who stepped into the role of spiritual and political leader was slowly building the foundation for the papacy as we know it today. It's clear that these early popes were far more than just religious figures. They were the architects of a new world. And the fact that the papacy would evolve into an institution that held both spiritual and secular authority was becoming increasingly apparent. But while these popes were securing their place in history, they were also grappling with complex questions about what authority meant and how far their influence should extend. So, as we move forward, remember that the papacy was still in its early stages, and its ultimate position of power both in the church and the world was still a work in progress. The game was only just beginning. By now, you're probably starting to get the picture. The road to becoming the Pope wasn't exactly a stroll through the Vatican gardens. It was more like a constant struggle for survival and influence amidst the crumbling ruins of an empire, and a church still defining itself. But as the Roman Empire continued to disintegrate, the Bishop of Rome began to gain a reputation that extended beyond spiritual leadership. He was also starting to become a political force, a role that was more crucial than ever in a world where emperors were falling and civilization was starting to fragment. So picture this, it's the 5th century, and the Roman Empire is limping along, barely holding itself together. While the Western Roman Empire was on the brink of collapse, the Bishop of Rome began to make his mark on both religious and political stages. This was a time when the world seemed uncertain. People were uncertain of their futures. The empire's collapse had left a power vacuum, and Christianity was becoming more accepted, though still struggling to fully define its relationship with worldly authority. Now, the Bishop of Rome didn't suddenly take control of everything, but his authority grew gradually as the empire weakened. One of the most crucial turning points came when Pope Leo III, also known as Leo the Great, became Pope in 440 AD. Leo wasn't just a spiritual leader, he was also a master strategist. Historians still argue about whether he had any real political clout, but one thing's for sure, Leo's actions during his papacy helped to solidify the Bishop of Rome as a central figure in both the religious and political landscape. One of his most famous moments came in 452 AD, when the feared Hun leader Attila was poised to invade Rome. Now, you probably know that Attila the Hun was a force to be reckoned with, capable of striking fear into even the mightiest of rulers. But somehow, Leo managed to convince Attila to spare the city. Some say it was because Leo's calm demeanor and spiritual authority persuaded the barbarian leader, while others argue that a bribe or political deal was struck. Either way, Leo's intervention marked a turning point in the history of the papacy. His ability to negotiate with the most feared invader in the world at the time showed that the Bishop of Rome had more influence than anyone could have imagined. Leo's influence wasn't confined to political negotiations. He also took a firm stance on theological matters, and it was his role in defining Christology debates about the nature of Christ that helped solidify the Bishop of Rome's importance in the wider church. You see, by this time there was no shortage of theological debates within Christianity. In fact, one of the biggest debates revolved around the nature of Christ. Was he fully divine, fully human, or a bit of both? The Council of Chalcedon in 451 AD, which Leo heavily influenced, concluded that Christ was both fully divine and fully human, a doctrine known as the hypostatic union. While the council made the final declaration, Leo's tome was considered a key document that helped shape the outcome. His theological work, combined with his diplomatic prowess, ensured that the papacy would not just be a religious office, but a central figure in the Christian world. This wasn't just about spiritual matters anymore. It was about being the leader of an entire community that was struggling to make sense of a world in flux. His legacy lived on long after his death, with future popes using his model of leadership to assert their own authority. But as much as Leo the Great was a pivotal figure, his rise didn't happen in isolation. There were plenty of other figures in the early church who had visions of papal supremacy, and not all of them were as diplomatic as Leo. For instance, Pope Gelasius then reigned 492–496 AD famously argued that the Pope had authority over both spiritual and secular matters. In his famous letter to Emperor Anastasius, he declared that the Pope was the priestly ruler of the Church, and that the Emperor was subject to the authority of the priesthood in spiritual matters. This declaration, while bold, was an attempt to assert that the Pope's authority was supreme, not just over the Church, but also over the rulers of the world. Historians still argue whether Gelasius's claim represented a shift toward papal supremacy, or whether it was merely an expression of the growing power of the papacy in an era of weakened imperial control. However, what's clear is that the bishops of Rome were no longer just caretakers of the faith. They were shaping the future of Christianity, and ultimately the political structure of Europe. But let's pause for a moment and consider a quirky detail that might make you smile. Back in the 5th century, the Pope wasn't just a revered figure within Christian circles. They were also a bit of a celebrity. People from all over the empire, including foreign dignitaries, would send lavish gifts to popes, hoping to win their favor. The gifts ranged from gold and silver to exotic animals, think lions and monkeys. Imagine being the Bishop of Rome, trying to deal with theological disputes and barbarian invasions, while receiving a very weird collection of gifts from people who thought their latest offering would guarantee divine favor. One can only imagine how strange it must have been to open a gift box and find a monkey staring back at you. As these early popes rose to power, they found themselves navigating a world that was rapidly changing. The collapse of the Roman Empire left an empty throne, and the Pope was filling that void not just as a religious leader, but as a unifying figure. This power struggle wasn't over yet, but every pope, like Leo and Gelasius, who stepped into the role of spiritual and political leader, was slowly building the foundation for the papacy as we know it today. It's clear that these early popes were far more than just religious figures. they were the architects of a new world, and the fact that the papacy would evolve into an institution that held both spiritual and secular authority was becoming increasingly apparent. But while these popes were securing their place in history, they were also grappling with complex questions about what authority meant and how far their influence should extend. So, as we move forward, remember that the papacy was still in its early stages, and its ultimate position of power both in the church and the world was still a work in progress. The game was only just beginning. By the time we reach the 6th century, the papacy's role in both religious and political spheres had become increasingly complex. Rome, once the center of the mighty Roman Empire, was now in a state of flux. The Western Roman Empire had crumbled, and the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire was struggling to maintain control over the remnants of its former territories. Into this turbulent landscape stepped the Bishop of Rome, who, despite the chaos, was gradually asserting himself as a leader, not just of the Christian community, but of a broader fragmented society. By this time, the title of Pope was no longer a matter of mere suggestion. It was becoming a firmly established role. But don't think for a second that it was smooth sailing. Rome's bishop, even though his power had grown, was still dealing with significant challenges. The Eastern Church was strong, and the influence of Constantinople, which had long served as the capital of the Byzantine Empire, loomed large. In fact, the Bishop of Constantinople was beginning to assert his own authority as the first among equals. As a result, the popes of Rome had to navigate constant tension with their Eastern counterparts. Historians still debate whether the popes during this period were genuinely seeking supremacy or simply fighting for survival in an increasingly hostile world. While the bishops of Rome were strengthening their position, they weren't yet the uncontested leaders of the Christian world. The Eastern Orthodox Church was still a powerful force, and its bishops weren't exactly thrilled by the idea of a Roman pope claiming universal authority. But over time, the dynamics of this struggle would tilt in Rome's favor, especially as the political and military power of the Byzantine Empire began to wane. It was during this period that Pope Gregory I, also known as Gregory the Great, rose to prominence. Gregory's papacy, which began in 590 AD, marked a defining moment in the development of the papacy. His influence was immense. He not only shaped the theological direction of the Church, but also played a central role in the political and social life of the early Middle Ages. Gregory's leadership extended beyond the spiritual realm. He was heavily involved in organizing the affairs of Rome, providing food for the poor, and negotiating with invading barbarian tribes. It was Gregory who helped to bridge the gap between the fading Roman Empire and the emerging medieval world, laying the groundwork for the medieval papacy. Gregory's influence wasn't limited to his administrative skills. He was also a prolific writer and theologian, and his writings would shape the Church for centuries to come. His most famous work, Moralia in Job was a commentary on the book of Job that had a profound influence on Christian thought in the Middle Ages. He also played a key role in the development of the liturgical music that we associate with the Church today. Gregorian chant, named in his honor, became one of the most enduring legacies of his papacy. His ability to marry theology with practical governance made him a key figure in the evolution of the papacy, and under his guidance, the Bishop of Rome became an even more prominent figure in the lives of Christians across Europe. One of Gregory's key accomplishments was his missionary work. During his papacy, he sent missionaries to the British Isles, particularly to the Anglo-Saxons, which helped to spread Christianity throughout the British Isles. Gregory's support for missionary work played a significant role in expanding the influence of the Church and the papacy. These missionaries, including figures like St. Augustine of Canterbury, would later help to shape the future of the Church in England and beyond. However, despite Gregory's significant role in shaping the papacy, his reign didn't come without its own controversies. One of the most significant debates during Gregory's time concerned the nature of papal authority. Gregory was careful not to overstep his bounds in relation to the Eastern Church, but he did assert that the Bishop of Rome had a unique position of authority, one that was not subject to the authority of the emperor. This idea of papal primacy would continue to be a point of contention between the popes of Rome and the bishops of Constantinople, who would argue that the Bishop of Rome was not superior to them in any meaningful way. And speaking of controversies, let's dive into a quirky but telling episode during Gregory's papacy. It's said that he was deeply concerned with the fate of souls after death, particularly the souls of the dead who had not yet been baptized. This concern led to Gregory's involvement in shaping the idea of purgatory, a concept that would become central to Catholic doctrine. According to Gregory, the souls of the dead who were not damned to hell, but who had not yet attained the full purity required for heaven, would linger in a middle state. Purgatory became a place of temporary suffering, where souls would undergo purification before they could ascend to heaven. While Gregory's views on the afterlife were widely accepted in the Western Church, they were met with skepticism in the East. The concept of purgatory was one of the key theological differences that would eventually lead to the split between the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church. This division, which would reach its apex with the Great Schism in 1054, was a long time in the making. But during Gregory's papacy, it was clear that the papacy was not just a spiritual office. It was becoming a significant force in the shaping of Christian doctrine and belief. Now, let's step back and consider the broader picture. Gregory the Great's papacy set a precedent for future popes. His efforts to consolidate power in Rome, his theological contributions, and his role as a political leader all helped to shape the role of the Pope for centuries to come. But more than that, his papacy marked the beginning of a new phase in church history. The fall of the Western Roman Empire had left a power vacuum, but the papacy filled that gap, becoming a central authority in a fragmented world. Through Gregory's leadership, the Bishop of Rome had not only survived the collapse of the empire, but had begun to emerge as a dominant force that would influence the course of European history for the next 1,000 years. It's hard to overstate just how transformative his papacy was without Gregory the Great. The papacy might never have become the institution we recognize today. So, as we move forward in the story, keep in mind that Gregory's contributions were just one chapter in the papacy's gradual rise to power. The church was still a work in progress, and many more challenges lay ahead. But under Gregory's guidance, the papacy had taken a decisive step toward becoming the central religious and political institution of the medieval world. By the time we reach the 7th century, the papacy's influence is no longer just a question of religious importance. The Bishop of Rome, once a figure struggling to assert his authority, is now a central figure in the fabric of European life. However, the papacy's rise to prominence wasn't as smooth as it might seem. It was a journey marked by constant power struggles, theological debates, and political maneuvering. As the influence of Rome grew, the nature of papal authority continued to be hotly contested, not only within the Christian world, but also across the political landscape of a crumbling empire. One of the most defining moments in the papacy's early political ascendancy occurred during the reign of Pope Gregory II in the early 8th century. Gregory's papacy marked a turning point where the papacy's power, both spiritual and political, became more firmly entrenched. He is often credited with asserting the Pope's authority in relation to the Byzantine Empire, which at that time controlled much of the eastern Mediterranean, and still viewed itself as the rightful inheritor of Roman authority. Historians still argue about the exact nature of the relationship between the Pope and the Byzantine Empire during this period. Was Gregory II asserting papal independence in a world that was rapidly shifting power from the east to the west? Or was he simply trying to defend the position of the papacy within the wider Christian community? Regardless, Gregory's actions set the stage for the papacy's increased independence from the Eastern Church, which would become a defining characteristic of the medieval papacy. One of the most pivotal episodes during Gregory's reign was his opposition to the Byzantine Emperor Leo III's attempt to enforce the iconoclast movement. This movement sought to destroy religious images' icons and was part of Leo III's effort to centralize power and purge the empire of what he saw as idolatry. Gregory II refused to bow to this imperial decree. His defiance, along with his firm stance on the veneration of icons, earned him a reputation as a protector of the traditional Christian faith, especially in the face of Byzantine reform. This was a bold stand, and it further solidified the notion that the Pope was not just a religious figure, but a defender of the faith against even the most powerful political authorities. While Gregory's defiance of the emperor was a major moment in the rise of papal authority, it also marked a deepening rift between the eastern and western branches of Christianity. The iconoclast controversy wasn't just a theological debate, it was a power struggle that would continue to play out for centuries. The Pope's stance on this issue effectively isolated Rome from Constantinople, and it planted the seeds for a greater division within the Church. Little did Gregory know his actions would help set in motion a future split that would culminate in the Great Schism of 1054. As the papacy gained prominence, it was also engaged in another battle, this time for its territorial influence. The Papal States were beginning to take shape. The Papal States were a collection of territories in central Italy that were directly governed by the Pope. The establishment of these territories further cemented the papacy as not just a religious power, but also a political one. The land itself wasn't vast at first, but it represented the papacy's growing independence from external authorities and its increasing control over the Christian world. This territorial ambition was also tied to a growing sense of responsibility. The bishops of Rome weren't just concerned with church matters anymore, they were becoming political rulers. In fact, some of the popes of the 7th and 8th centuries, like Pope Zachary, were not only church leaders but also involved in matters of statecraft, trying to navigate the complex political landscape of Italy and the broader Mediterranean world. They often acted as mediators between warring factions and worked to stabilize the region politically. One quirky element of the papacy during this period involves the early pope's interactions with the Frankish kingdom. In the 8th century, the Frankish king Pepin the Short, who had recently ascended to power, was seeking legitimacy. In 751, he asked Pope Zachary to formally recognize him as king, in exchange for which Pepin agreed to provide military protection to the papacy. This deal, known as the Donation of Pepin, not only solidified the alliance between the papacy and the Frankish kings, but also gave the papacy a degree of territorial protection that it had never known before. Pepin's donation of land to the Church laid the groundwork for the creation of the Papal States, a development that would change the political landscape of Europe for centuries. At the same time, however, the growing power of the papacy wasn't entirely without its challenges. The popes had to contend with internal struggles, political rivalries, and even a growing sense of independence within the ranks of the clergy. Bishops in other parts of the empire were not always eager to submit to the papacy's growing influence, and the popes were often caught in the middle of a broader struggle for control over Christian doctrine and practice. Yet the papacy continued to rise, becoming increasingly central to the organization of the Christian world. One fascinating episode during this period involves the papacy's efforts to unify the Christian faith. As Christianity spread across Europe, different regions had different ways of practicing the faith, from variations in the liturgy to disputes over the calculation of Easter. The papacy, with its growing influence, worked to standardize Christian practice, ensuring that Rome's version of Christianity would dominate the Western world. But as we've seen before, not everyone was happy with this. Some regions resisted papal authority, and others felt that Rome's vision of Christianity was too centralized and authoritarian. Despite the resistance, however, the papacy continued to gain power. The 8th century was a transformative time for the papacy. The influence of the Pope was no longer limited to spiritual matters, it had become increasingly political and territorial. The concept of the Pope as the central authority in Christianity was beginning to solidify, and yet even as the papacy's power grew, it was still contending with the remnants of the Byzantine Empire, theological disputes, and the practical challenges of governing vast territories. So, by the end of this period, the papacy's role in the Christian world was clear. It was no longer just a religious office, it was a powerful institution with both spiritual and temporal influence, and it was shaping the political landscape of Europe. But the road ahead would be far from easy. There were still battles to fight both in the church and in the world beyond. And as the papacy's power continued to grow, it would face new challenges that would test its authority in ways never before imagined. By the time the 9th century rolled around, the papacy was in full swing, and its influence had become a force to be reckoned with. What had started as a small group of persecuted believers struggling to maintain their identity under the shadow of the crumbling Roman Empire had now transformed into a powerful institution that stretched across Europe. The Bishop of Rome, once a humble figure among many, was now central to the very idea of Christianity in the West. But despite its newfound prominence, the papacy still faced significant hurdles. One of the biggest challenges facing the papacy during this period was the rise of secular powers, especially in the form of the Holy Roman Empire. Charlemagne, the king of the Franks, had established himself as a dominant political figure by the late 8th century, and his coronation as emperor in 800 AD by Pope Leo III marked a significant moment in the relationship between the papacy and secular rulers. Charlemagne's coronation wasn't just a ceremonial gesture. It represented a powerful alliance between the papacy and one of the most powerful rulers in Europe. The Pope, in many ways, was legitimating Charlemagne's reign by bestowing upon him the title of emperor. But this partnership wasn't without complications. Historians still debate whether Pope Leo III had any choice in the matter, or if Charlemagne effectively pressured him into the decision. Was the Pope an independent spiritual leader, or was he a pawn in Charlemagne's quest for power? Some argue that Charlemagne was the one who sought to consolidate his power under the Church's banner, using the papacy as a tool to secure his imperial ambitions. Others suggest that the Pope needed Charlemagne's support to fend off external threats, particularly from the Byzantine Empire, which still considered itself the rightful heir to the Roman Empire. Whatever the true nature of their relationship, Charlemagne's coronation marked a crucial turning point in the history of the papacy. The idea of a Christian ruler wielding political and spiritual authority backed by the Pope would influence European politics for centuries to come. But it also set the stage for future conflicts between the Pope and secular rulers, as the balance of power between the two would remain a central issue for the next several hundred years. One of the quirkiest aspects of this period was the role the Church played in matters that had nothing to do with religion at all. In addition to its spiritual influence, the papacy was also involved in everything from diplomacy to the maintenance of law and order. Charlemagne, for example, not only relied on the Pope to legitimize his rule, but he also expected the Church to play a central role in governing his empire. This led to some interesting situations as bishops and monks were tasked with overseeing everything from local governance to the management of royal estates. Take, for example, the case of the Admonitio Generalis, a set of directives issued by Charlemagne that established regulations for church practices, education, and even the training of clergy. The Church wasn't just providing spiritual guidance, it was directly involved in shaping the social, educational, and legal structures of society. It's amusing to think that in addition to performing baptisms and administering sacraments, priests were also responsible for overseeing the creation of schools, overseeing charity, and even ensuring that laws were being followed. Talk about a busy schedule. But as much as the Pope and Charlemagne worked together, tensions were inevitable. The concept of the papacy's authority was evolving, and so was the idea of the emperor's role in the Christian world. The Holy Roman Empire was in theory a Christian empire, with the Pope acting as the spiritual authority and the emperor as the secular one. However, this dual authority wasn't always easy to manage. The Pope's increasing involvement in secular politics made some uncomfortable, as it was clear that the papacy was no longer purely a spiritual institution. It had become entangled in the governance of kingdoms and the establishment of empires. A key moment of tension between the Pope and the Emperor occurred during the investiture controversy, a long-running dispute over who had the authority to appoint bishops. The question was simple, but the consequences were far-reaching. Should secular rulers like Charlemagne and his successors have the power to appoint bishops and abbots? Or should that power remain solely in the hands of the Pope? The dispute would rage on for centuries, with each side asserting its authority. This tension reached a boiling point in 1075 when Pope Gregory VII issued a decree known as the Dictatus Papae, which claimed that the Pope had supreme authority over all secular rulers. The document stated that the Pope could depose emperors, bishops, and even kings if they were found to be in violation of the Church's laws. It was a bold and controversial move that effectively set the stage for a showdown between the papacy and secular monarchs. The dispute over who had the power to appoint bishops, however, had roots that stretched all the way back to Charlemagne's reign, when the boundaries between spiritual and secular authority were still being drawn. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There were still many layers to this story. Charlemagne's relationship with the papacy may have been a turning point in terms of papal power. But it wasn't a simple victory. The fact that the Pope was willing to crown Charlemagne as emperor shows that the papacy, while growing in influence, still saw itself as in need of protection and support from powerful rulers. What Charlemagne's coronation demonstrated, however, was the delicate balance of power that existed between the Pope and the Emperor. One final quirky tidbit about this period: did you know that Charlemagne's empire was a bit of a church-run operation? At least in terms of governance, Charlemagne required his royal officials to attend religious services regularly, and even made sure that church leaders were included in royal meetings. He would often consult with bishops and abbots before making political decisions. It was a fascinating relationship. Charlemagne needed the church to legitimize his rule, and the church needed Charlemagne's protection to survive in an increasingly unstable world. So, as we move forward in our story, the papacy is no longer just a spiritual institution, it's a political powerhouse. And while the papacy's authority is still being contested, the seeds of the power struggles that will define the next several centuries are already taking root. The struggle for supremacy between the Pope and secular rulers is just beginning, and as history unfolds, we'll see how this clash of powers shapes the future of Europe and the Church. The 10th century saw the papacy undergo a period of immense change, marked by internal corruption, external pressures, and a series of political upheavals that made the role of the Pope more complicated than ever before. By this point, the papacy was no longer the steady, unassailable institution it had once been. The increasingly chaotic nature of both the Church and Europe in general, as the Holy Roman Empire began to fragment, highlighted the vulnerability of the papacy. The papacy was caught in the crossfire of secular power struggles, and a time that had once been ripe with opportunities for the Church to assert its dominance now became an era where the very survival of the papacy was at stake. The 9th and 10th centuries were marked by what is often referred to as the pornocracy, or saeculum obscurum, the dark age of the papacy. During this period, the papacy was effectively controlled by Roman noble families who used their influence to place their own relatives on the papal throne. This resulted in a series of papacies that were deeply entwined with the political interests of powerful Roman families, rather than the spiritual needs of the Church. Some popes during this era were little more than puppets with little authority beyond what their families allowed them to have. Historians still debate how much the corruption of this era tarnished the papacy's reputation. On one hand, it's clear that the Church was deeply embroiled in secular politics. Popes were frequently placed into power by powerful families or political factions, and many were selected based on family alliances rather than spiritual qualifications. On the other hand, these political machinations were not unique to the papacy. Throughout medieval Europe, powerful families often controlled the destinies of kings, bishops, and other leaders. Still, the scandals surrounding the papacy during this period made it seem as though the church was in disarray. One particularly infamous pope during this era was Pope John XIII, reigned 955-964, who is often cited as the epitome of papal corruption. According to contemporary sources, John XIII was not just politically corrupt, but morally so as well. He was accused of committing numerous sins, including adultery, murder, and even drunkenness. Stories surrounding his papacy suggest a man who was more interested in his personal pleasures and power than in the spiritual leadership of the church. His reign is often regarded as one of the darkest chapters in the history of the papacy. However, while the papacy was suffering from internal rot, change was coming from the outside. The rise of powerful European monarchs, especially in France and Germany, began to challenge the papacy's role as the final arbiter of authority in the Christian world. In the year 962, Otto after King of the Germans was crowned Holy Roman Emperor by Pope John XIII. This marked a new era in which the papacy found itself increasingly dependent on the secular power of the Holy Roman Emperor. The complex relationship between the emperor and the pope, often a partnership, but just as often a bitter rivalry, was born in this period. While the emperor's influence over the pope was growing, so too were the calls for reform within the church itself. The corruption and immorality associated with the papacy during the Dark Ages was beginning to alarm Christian reformers who called for a return to the spiritual purity and discipline of the early church. These reform movements laid the groundwork for the future transformation of the papacy and the wider church. But they didn't come without resistance. One reform movement that emerged during this period was the Cluniac Reform, a monastic movement that sought to return the church to its more ascetic and disciplined roots. The Cluniacs pushed for greater autonomy of monasteries from secular rulers and advocated for reforms in the papacy itself. The influence of the Cluniacs grew steadily during the 10th century, and by the turn of the millennium, their message was beginning to reach the heart of the papacy. The movement emphasized the importance of papal independence free from secular influence, and the need for spiritual renewal. One of the most significant moments of reform came in 1059, when Pope Nicholas II issued a decree that sought to reduce the influence of secular rulers in papal elections. This reform, known as the Papal Election Decree, established the College of Cardinals, a group of senior clergy members who would elect the Pope. This was an attempt to curb the practice of powerful families or political leaders choosing popes based on their own interests. The establishment of the College of Cardinals marked the beginning of the papacy's move toward greater independence from secular influence. Another key development during this period was the increasing involvement of the papacy in European political affairs. The Pope wasn't just a spiritual leader anymore. He was becoming a political player navigating the complex web of European alliances, rivalries, and conflicts. This was particularly evident during the investiture controversy, a bitter conflict between the papacy and the Holy Roman Emperor over who had the authority to appoint bishops and other church officials. The conflict between Pope Gregory VII and Emperor Henry IV in the late 11th century would bring these issues to a head, but the groundwork for this conflict was laid during the 10th century. One interesting, albeit somewhat humorous aspect of this period was the role of certain popes in negotiating with Viking raiders. In the early 10th century, the Vikings had been raiding the coasts of Europe, and even the Italian peninsula was not immune. One pope, John III, reportedly bribed Viking leaders to spare Rome from destruction by offering them substantial amounts of gold. Imagine that one minute you're reading about grand theological debates and papal decrees, and the next you find yourself navigating the art of paying off Viking raiders to avoid destruction. The fact that the papacy had to engage in such negotiations is a reminder of just how vulnerable the Church was during this time. Despite the political and moral chaos, there were glimmers of hope on the horizon. The 10th century was a time of both decline and reform for the papacy, but it set the stage for a resurgence in the 11th and 12th centuries. The papacy, despite all its troubles, was still the most powerful institution in Christendom, and its influence would only continue to grow as Europe entered the Middle Ages. So, as we continue on this journey, the 10th century serves as a reminder that the papacy wasn't always the polished, highly organized institution it is today. It was often messy, political, and at times corrupt. But even through these dark periods, the papacy began to reform itself, setting the stage for the powerful role it would come to play in the coming centuries. As we step into the 11th century, the papacy is emerging from the shadows of its past. It's a period of profound transformation, marked by efforts at reform, renewed spiritual vigor, and an escalating battle for power both within the Church and in the secular world. The dark ages of papal corruption and scandal seem to be slowly fading, and a new vision for the papacy is taking shape. But while the reforms of the 10th century provided a foundation, the real change would come during the papacy of Pope Gregory VII, whose papacy would set the stage for centuries of power struggles, theological debates, and political maneuvering. Pope Gregory VII, born Hildebrand, was a monk with a reputation for fierce piety and an uncompromising vision for reform. He was determined to free the Church from the corrupting influence of secular rulers, a battle that had been brewing for centuries. At the heart of Gregory's vision was the belief that the papacy should be independent of the political realm, no longer a tool for kings and emperors, but a powerful spiritual authority in its own right. His papacy would mark the beginning of what historians call the Gregorian Reform, a sweeping attempt to reassert the Church's moral and spiritual authority, and more importantly, its independence from secular control. One of Gregory's first major acts was to address the issue of simony, the practice of selling church offices and privileges. Simony had become widespread during the previous centuries, with powerful families, and secular rulers essentially buying positions of influence within the church. Gregory saw this as a direct affront to the sanctity of the church, and he was determined to put a stop to it. His efforts to root out Simony would set a precedent for the coming centuries, helping to establish the idea that the papacy should operate free from worldly influence. He also took strong action against clerical marriage, another practice that had become common during the previous centuries. By enforcing celibacy, Gregory aimed to ensure that clergy would be more focused on their spiritual duties and less on their earthly relationships. Historians still debate whether Gregory's reforms were entirely driven by spiritual concerns, or whether his drive for power played a role in his actions. Gregory, after all, was no stranger to politics. His reform efforts coincided with a larger struggle between the papacy and the Holy Roman Empire. Gregory believed that the Pope, not the Emperor, was the supreme authority in Christendom, and he was not afraid to challenge the Emperor to make that point clear. His most famous confrontation came with Emperor Henry IV during what would become known as the investiture controversy. The investiture controversy was a bitter dispute over who had the right to appoint bishops and other church officials, whether it was the Pope, as Gregory insisted, or the Emperor, as Henry IV argued. This clash of power would reverberate throughout Europe for decades. The conflict reached a head in 1076 when Henry IV, in an act of defiance, appointed his own bishops, directly challenging Gregory's authority. In response, Gregory excommunicated Henry, declaring that no Christian ruler could wield authority without the approval of the Pope. This bold move sent shockwaves through Christendom. You might be wondering, how could an excommunication actually affect a king? Well, in the medieval world, excommunication was a powerful tool. It was more than just a spiritual condemnation. It was a political one as well. For many Christians, being excommunicated meant being cut off from the community, both in terms of religious life and often political legitimacy. To be excommunicated meant that your subjects could consider themselves free from allegiance to you and that your power was in many ways nullified. Henry IV, feeling the weight of Gregory's decree, was forced to make a public penance. In 1077, he traveled to Canossa in northern Italy, where he stood barefoot in the snow, asking for forgiveness. It was a humiliating moment for the emperor, and it marked a clear victory for the papacy. However, the victory wasn't as simple as it seemed. While Gregory's triumph in Canossa cemented his authority in the short term, the long-term struggle between the papacy and the Holy Roman Empire was far from over. The emperor may have been humbled, but Henry IV would eventually regain his power and continue his efforts to assert imperial authority over the church. The investiture controversy would continue for decades, eventually culminating in the Concordat of Worms in 1122, which sought to resolve the issue by giving the Pope the authority to invest bishops with spiritual authority, while the Emperor retained the right to invest them with temporal power. This back-and-forth power struggle illustrates the complex role of the papacy during this period. On the one hand, Gregory VII succeeded in reinforcing the idea that the Pope was the supreme spiritual authority. But, on the other hand, the constant tug-of-war between the Pope and secular rulers showed that the papacy could not simply impose its will without consequences. The struggle for papal supremacy would continue to shape the political and religious landscape of Europe for centuries. But Gregory VII's influence didn't end with the investiture controversy. His reign also marked a period of significant expansion for the Church, as the papacy sought to assert its authority over all of Europe. One of Gregory's major goals was to spread the Church's influence beyond Rome and Italy, especially into regions that had not yet fully embraced Christianity. His efforts in this regard were successful in some areas, particularly in the Slavic world, where missionaries were sent to convert pagan tribes. Gregory also played a role in organizing the First Crusade, which began in 1096, and sought to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control. While Gregory's involvement in the Crusades was largely spiritual, the Crusades themselves would become a key moment in the history of the papacy, as they would allow the Pope to assert leadership over a unified Christian effort that spanned much of Europe. In the midst of these political and religious challenges, there was also a growing focus on internal reform within the Church. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Gregorian reforms was the establishment of the College of Cardinals, as the main body responsible for electing the Pope. This change ensured that the election of the Pope would be less influenced by secular powers, as the College of Cardinals, composed of senior clergy members, was intended to act more independently. The goal was to prevent powerful families or kings from using their influence to control the papacy, ensuring that the Pope would be chosen based on his spiritual qualities rather than political or familial ties. The effects of Gregory VII's reforms were far-reaching, setting the stage for the papacy to become an even more powerful institution in the coming centuries. But as the papacy grew in power, so too did the challenges it faced. The struggles between the Pope and secular rulers, as well as the internal divisions within the Church itself, would continue to shape the papacy's future. As we move forward in our story, it's clear that the papacy was no longer just a religious office. It had become a central force in the politics and power dynamics of medieval Europe. But, as Gregory VII's reforms showed, this power was not without its challenges, and the road to papal supremacy was filled with both victories and defeats. As we transition into the 12th century, the papacy stands at a crossroads. The reforms of Pope Gregory VII had set the stage for a stronger, more centralized papacy, and his efforts to distance the Church from secular influence were beginning to bear fruit. Yet the road ahead was filled with continued conflict, not just with secular rulers but within the Church itself. The century would see the papacy become a more powerful institution than ever before. But it would also face a series of challenges that would test its authority, its unity, and its spiritual leadership. By the early 12th century, the Church had firmly established its influence over much of Europe. The papacy was no longer just a local power, it was a transnational force controlling vast territories and holding sway over kings and emperors alike. The College of Cardinals, established by Gregory VII, had worked to ensure that the Pope was elected based on spiritual merit rather than political power. But the struggle for papal independence was far from over. The relationship between the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor, which had been so contentious during Gregory's papacy, would continue to be fraught with tension. However, the dynamics were changing now. Instead of focusing on territorial disputes, the papacy was engaged in a broader struggle to assert its authority over the entire Christian world. One of the most defining moments of the 12th century came during the papacy of Pope Innocent III, who reigned from 1198 to 1216. Innocent III is widely regarded as one of the most powerful and influential popes in history. His papacy marked the height of papal power, as he exerted unprecedented control over both the spiritual and temporal affairs of Europe. Innocent believed firmly in the supremacy of the Pope, and he was determined to make sure that the papacy held ultimate authority not just over religious matters but in political ones as well. Innocent III's influence over European rulers was staggering. He claimed the right to intervene in the internal affairs of kingdoms, and he often did so with a sense of moral superiority. When King John of England had a dispute with his nobles over the election of the Archbishop of Canterbury, Innocent intervened, declaring that the Pope had the authority to decide who would hold the office. When John refused to comply, Innocent excommunicated him and placed England under an interdict, a powerful tool that prevented the administration of the sacraments to the people. This was a dramatic move, as it effectively cut off the English people from the Church, punishing both the king and his subjects. Faced with a kingdom in turmoil, John was forced to submit, and in 1213, he accepted England as a papal fief, swearing allegiance to the Pope. This moment marked one of the most significant demonstrations of papal power, and it cemented Innocent's authority as the uncontested ruler of Christendom. However, while Innocent III's reign was marked by spectacular successes in terms of consolidating papal power, it was also a time of growing tensions within the Church itself. The 12th century saw the rise of a number of new religious movements and heresies, some of which directly challenged the authority of the Pope. Among the most notable of these was the Cathar movement, which spread throughout southern France and rejected many of the teachings of the Catholic Church, including the idea of a hierarchical priesthood. The Cathars were considered heretics, and Innocent III took strong action against them. In 1209, Innocent launched the Albigensian Crusade, a military campaign aimed at eradicating the Cathar heresy in southern France. The crusade lasted for over 20 years and resulted in the brutal suppression of the Cathar communities. Thousands of people were killed and entire towns were destroyed. The Albigensian Crusade is one of the darkest episodes in papal history, and it raises difficult questions about the papacy's relationship with violence and political power. Innocent believed that heresy was a threat not just to the spiritual well-being of individuals, but to the very fabric of Christian society. His actions in this period demonstrate the lengths to which the papacy was willing to go to maintain doctrinal purity. But they also reveal the dangers of an institution wielding such immense power. The Cathar Crusade was not the only instance where papal authority collided with local movements. During Innocent's papacy, the Church also faced internal challenges from within its own clergy. The rise of the mendicant orders, Franciscans and Dominicans in particular, represented a new form of religious life that focused on poverty, humility, and preaching. These orders were often in conflict with the established clergy, who were more traditional and tied to the wealth and power of the Church. Innocent's response was a mix of accommodation and control. He recognized the need for reform and gave the mendicant orders the papal seal of approval. But he also ensured that they did not overstep their bounds. While Innocent III's reign demonstrated the absolute power of the papacy, it also exposed the limitations of such power. As the Pope continued to assert his influence over kings' kingdoms and religious movements, the papacy became increasingly entangled in secular politics. The line between spiritual leadership and temporal authority began to blur, and the influence of the Church in political matters became increasingly difficult to untangle. This complex relationship between the Pope and secular rulers would continue to shape European history for centuries to come, with papal power at times reaching new heights, and at other times facing sharp declines. In terms of quirky historical tidbits, Innocent III's papacy was full of fascinating moments. For instance, he once excommunicated the entire Kingdom of France, though he did so in a rather indirect way, by placing an interdict on the land which prevented any religious services from being conducted. This wasn't just a symbolic gesture. It had real consequences for the people of France. Imagine living in a time when your very spiritual life could be upended by the whim of a pope halfway across the continent. Innocent III's papacy also marked the height of the medieval church's involvement in the Crusades. The Fourth Crusade, called by Innocent in 1202, was originally intended to recapture Jerusalem from Muslim control. However, due to a series of political miscalculations, the Crusaders ended up sacking the Christian city of Constantinople in 1204 instead. This event deeply wounded the relationship between the Latin West and the Byzantine East, and it left the Eastern Orthodox Church bitterly resentful of the papacy's interference in their affairs. As we look back on Innocent III's papacy, It's clear that this period represented both the pinnacle and the complexity of papal power. The Church, under Innocent's leadership, was a towering institution with influence over every aspect of European life. However, this immense power was not without its flaws, contradictions, and internal struggles. The Church was becoming more than a spiritual institution. It was a political powerhouse deeply enmeshed in the shifting tides of European history. By the time we reach the 13th century, the papacy is firmly entrenched as one of the most powerful institutions in Christendom. The influence of the Pope stretches far beyond the borders of Italy, reaching into the political affairs of every European kingdom. However, as the papacy continued to assert its authority, it found itself facing new challenges. Not only were secular rulers constantly vying for control, but the Church itself was becoming increasingly divided. The 13th century would prove to be an era of immense growth, but also one filled with complex struggles and internal turmoil. One of the most significant events in the early 13th century was the rise of the Franciscans and Dominicans, two new monastic orders that would have a lasting impact on the papacy and the wider Church. These orders, founded by St. Francis of Assisi and St. Dominic, represented a new approach to religious life. Unlike the more traditional monastic orders which focused on isolation and contemplative life, the Franciscans and Dominicans were mendicant orders. They traveled and preached among the people, embracing poverty and simplicity in their daily lives. While the rise of these orders was a positive development in many ways, it also represented a challenge to the established structures of the Church. The mendicants' emphasis on poverty and humility stood in stark contrast to the wealth and power of the Church hierarchy. As these orders gained popularity, they began to challenge the established clergy, who were often associated with the Church's wealth and political influence. Pope Innocent III had seen the potential of these new orders and approved them. But by the 13th century, tensions were rising. The mendicants were not simply content with serving the poor, they were beginning to question the power and influence of the papacy itself. Meanwhile, the political landscape of Europe was shifting, and the papacy's influence was becoming increasingly intertwined with the politics of the region. The rise of powerful monarchies, particularly in France and England, meant that secular rulers were becoming more assertive in their relationship with the Church. This led to a series of conflicts between popes and kings as both sides sought to establish their dominance in Europe. One of the most notable of these conflicts occurred between Pope Boniface VIII and King Philip III of France. Boniface VIII, who became Pope in 1294, was a controversial figure. His reign was marked by his attempts to assert papal supremacy over all secular rulers, particularly in matters of taxation and political authority. Boniface's famous bull Unam Sanctum, issued in 1302, declared that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature be subject to the Roman pontiff. This bold statement was a direct challenge to the growing power of secular monarchs, and it set the stage for a bitter conflict with Philip IV of France. Philip IV, also known as Philip the Fair, was one of the most powerful kings in Europe at the time. He had a particular interest in asserting his authority over the Church in France, especially when it came to financial matters. In the late 13th century, the French king was facing significant financial strain, and he sought to tax the Church to raise funds. The Pope, however, refused to grant permission for this taxation, arguing that the Church should be exempt from secular taxation. The conflict between Philip and Boniface came to a head in 1303, when Philip's forces captured and imprisoned Boniface in an attempt to force him to submit. Though Boniface was released after a short time, he was badly humiliated, and he died shortly afterward, leaving the papacy severely weakened. The Boniface-Philip conflict marked a turning point in the relationship between the papacy and secular rulers. For the first time, a powerful king had successfully challenged the authority of the Pope, and the episode served as a reminder that papal power was not absolute. While the Pope had long claimed supremacy over secular rulers, the reality was that monarchs were increasingly willing to stand up to the papacy and assert their own authority. This would set the stage for the coming century of political and religious struggle, as the papacy found itself constantly battling both internal divisions and external challenges. One of the quirky aspects of the Boniface-Philip conflict was the way it played out in the public sphere. The spectacle of the Pope being captured and humiliated by the king was a dramatic moment, and it sent shock waves through Europe. In the aftermath of Boniface's death, rumors circulated that the Pope had been tortured by Philip's men, which only further tarnished his reputation. This scandalous episode underscored the growing divide between the Church's spiritual authority and the political realities of the time. While the papacy was reeling from the events of the Boniface-Philip conflict, another major blow would come just a few years later, with the relocation of the papacy to Avignon. In 1309, Pope Clement V, under pressure from King Philip IV, moved the papal court from Rome to Avignon in southern France. This move, which lasted until 1377, is often referred to as the Babylonian captivity of the papacy, a term that reflects the perception that the Pope was now under the control of the French monarchy. During the Avignon papacy, the papacy's power was increasingly tied to the political interests of the French king, further weakening its authority in the eyes of many Europeans. The relocation of the papacy to Avignon represented a major shift in the history of the papacy. No longer was the Pope seen as the independent spiritual leader of all of Christendom. He had become a political pawn in the game of European diplomacy. This period also saw the rise of a series of French popes, further reinforcing the perception that the papacy was controlled by the French monarchy. The Avignon papacy would not only damage the reputation of the Pope, but it also created tensions within the Church itself, as many people began to question whether the papacy could ever truly be independent again. Looking back, the early 14th century was a time of tremendous challenges and changes for the papacy. The rise of powerful secular monarchies, the increasing influence of the mendicant orders, and the conflicts with kings like Philip IV all served to weaken the Pope's authority. The move to Avignon only further entrenched the perception that the papacy was politically compromised. However, the events of this period also set the stage for the reforms and changes that would eventually lead to the Renaissance and the papacy's eventual return to Rome. But for now, the papacy found itself in a delicate and vulnerable position, caught between the ambitions of kings and the calls for reform from within its own ranks. The 14th century marks a crucial turning point in the history of the papacy, a time when its influence and reputation were severely tested. The move of the papacy to Avignon in 1309 had been a significant shift, and though it allowed the papacy to survive politically, it deeply alienated many within the Christian world. The papacy's perceived subjugation to French political interests and its growing distance from Rome left a bitter aftertaste for many Europeans who began to question whether the Pope truly represented Christendom or if the papacy was merely an extension of political power. This period of Avignon papacy, known as the Babylonian captivity of the Church, lasted until 1377, and it became synonymous with papal excess corruption and political manipulation. The papal court in Avignon under successive popes grew increasingly wealthy and entangled in the political intricacies of European rulers. One of the most significant consequences of this was that the Pope, traditionally seen as the spiritual leader of the entire Christian world, was now viewed by many as a puppet of the French monarchy. While the popes in Avignon certainly had their political ambitions, the public perception of their role became dangerously intertwined with the idea of a compromised papacy. A significant reform movement began to stir with voices rising from within the Church to call for change. It became increasingly clear that the papacy could not remain in Avignon forever. The need for a return to Rome was essential, not just to restore the legitimacy of the papacy in the eyes of the Christian faithful, but also to re-establish the Church's role as a unifying force above the quarrels of secular politics. However, the return to Rome wasn't as simple as packing up and heading back home. The tension between the French and Italian factions of the Church, coupled with the political realities of Europe, would turn this period into one of division and upheaval. One of the key events that characterized this transition back to Rome was the election of Pope Urban VI in 1378. Urban's election was a direct result of the pressure for the papacy to return to Rome, as many believed that the Avignon papacy had undermined the Pope's authority and legitimacy. However, the process of selecting Urban as Pope was controversial. The election, held in Rome, was marred by the coercion of cardinals who were reportedly pressured by the Roman populace to elect an Italian pope after nearly 70 years of French influence. Urban VI's reign quickly became tumultuous, marked by a harsh and authoritarian style of leadership that alienated many of the cardinals. This led to the infamous Western Schism, where 2 and later 3 rival popes claimed authority over the Church. One pope resided in Rome, Urban 66, while another, Clement VII, was elected by a faction of cardinals and established his papacy in Avignon. This split shattered the unity of the Church and created confusion among the faithful, as each pope excommunicated the other, resulting in a divided Christian world. Historians still debate the legitimacy of the competing papacies and the extent to which the schism reflected deeper political struggles in Europe. The schism would last for nearly 40 years, with the Church unable to resolve the conflict between the rival papacies. It wasn't just an internal issue. It became a political chess game, with secular rulers aligning themselves with one pope or the other, based on political calculations rather than theological concerns. This division left the papacy in an even more vulnerable position, as the Church's authority was increasingly seen as undermined by petty politics and feuds. During this time, the Church faced growing criticism. Calls for reform within the Church intensified as the division between the competing papacies revealed the deeper weaknesses of the institution. The Western Schism laid bare the fact that the papacy was vulnerable, not just to external political pressures, but also to internal division and strife. Reformers such as John Wycliffe in England and Jan Hus in Bohemia began to openly question the authority of the Pope, calling for a return to simpler, more spiritual practices. Wycliffe's writings, particularly his critiques of papal authority and his translation of the Bible into English, would lay the foundation for later movements, including the Protestant Reformation. Meanwhile, Jan Hus, influenced by Wycliffe's ideas, was eventually burned at the stake for heresy. Though his ideas would inspire the Hussite Wars and contribute to the growing discontent with the papacy. One of the quirkiest episodes from this period comes from the dramatic nature of the papal elections themselves. The cardinals, frequently divided by political interests, would often find themselves in bizarre and chaotic situations. For example, after Pope Gregory X's death in 1378, the cardinals in Rome faced immense pressure from the Roman population, who demanded that an Italian pope be chosen. But Urban VI's election soon led to so much discontent among the cardinals that they openly fled to Anagni and declared Urban's election invalid. In retaliation, Urban VI ordered the imprisonment of the cardinals who had abandoned him. The political drama surrounding papal elections had reached new heights, and the legitimacy of the papacy was in serious jeopardy. Despite all of these challenges, the papacy slowly began to recover in the late 14th and early 15th centuries. In 1409, the Council of Pisa was convened in an attempt to end the schism by electing a third pope, Alexander VI. But this only led to even more confusion, as now 3 rival popes claimed the papal throne. The situation reached its height of absurdity, with 3 different popes excommunicating each other, each claiming to be the rightful successor of St. Peter. This chaotic situation continued until the early 15th century, when the Council of Constance 1414-1418 finally brought an end to the schism. The council convened by Emperor Sigismund of the Holy Roman Empire effectively deposed the three rival popes and elected Martin V as the sole pope. This brought an official end to the Western Schism, though the damage to the papacy's reputation had already been done. The notion of papal supremacy was significantly undermined by this scandalous period of division and political strife. Throughout the schism and its aftermath, the papacy's authority had been severely weakened. The legitimacy of the pope had been called into question, and the idea of a unified church had been shattered. But the resolution of the schism would lead to the beginning of a period of restoration and reform, as the papacy would eventually reclaim its role as the central authority in the Christian world. As we move toward the Renaissance, it's clear that the papacy would no longer be the same institution it was at the beginning of the Middle Ages. The century-long conflict of the Western Schism had left scars, and the Church would never fully recover its previous level of unquestioned authority. However, the papacy would continue to play a significant role in European politics and spiritual life, albeit in a changing world. As the 15th century dawned, the papacy faced a world in transition. The Western Schism, though officially resolved by the Council of Constance in 1418, left lasting wounds not only within the Church itself, but also in the eyes of its followers. The authority of the Pope had been badly damaged, and the once unchallenged supremacy of the papacy was now called into question. Secular rulers were more assertive, and the religious landscape of Europe was shifting rapidly. Yet, amid this turmoil, the papacy was beginning to enter a new phase, one that would ultimately define its place in the Renaissance world. The 15th century was a time of profound change in Europe. The intellectual movement of the Renaissance was sweeping through Italy and beyond, bringing with it a renewed interest in classical learning art and humanism. For the Church, this era was both a time of opportunity and a time of peril. The Renaissance presented the papacy with a chance to reclaim its former glory and power, but it also placed the institution in the midst of a cultural and intellectual revolution that challenged traditional authority in unprecedented ways. The papacy was not blind to these changes. In fact, some of the most significant popes of the 15th century, such as Pope Nicholas V and Pope Sixtus V, embraced the spirit of the Renaissance and saw it as an opportunity to restore the Church's prestige. They understood that if the papacy was to regain its place as the central authority in Christian Europe, it would need to align itself with the intellectual and artistic movements of the time. One of the most dramatic examples of this was Pope Nicholas V's establishment of the Vatican Library. In 1451, Nicholas initiated a grand project to collect and preserve manuscripts, many of which were classical texts from ancient Greece and Rome. His efforts to collect these texts marked the beginning of a cultural revival within the Church, where the Renaissance's emphasis on humanism and the study of classical antiquity found a place in the papacy's intellectual and spiritual life. The creation of the Vatican Library was not just an act of scholarship, it was a statement that the Church was once again at the forefront of intellectual and cultural life. Pope Sixtus IV, who succeeded Nicholas V, was another pope who recognized the importance of the Renaissance for the papacy. His reign, 1471 through 1484, is often marked by both his involvement in cultural patronage and his political machinations. Sixtus commissioned the famous Sistine Chapel, which would later be adorned by Michelangelo's iconic frescoes, a testament to the Church's embrace of Renaissance art and culture. But Sixtus was also a politically astute leader navigating the complex relationships between Italy's powerful city-states and the papacy's influence over them. His efforts to solidify the papacy's territorial holdings in Italy through military campaigns and strategic alliances demonstrated the continuing importance of the Pope not only as a spiritual leader, but also as a political figure. But the Renaissance papacy was not without its darker side. While the popes of this era sought to revive the glory of the Church, they were often criticized for their excesses. The wealth and luxury of the papal court became a point of contention. As popes lavished money on the arts, they also accumulated vast amounts of wealth, sometimes at the expense of the faithful. The growing disparity between the opulence of the papacy and the poverty of the common people would become one of the key criticisms of the Church in the years leading up to the Protestant Reformation. In fact, the 15th century was a time when dissatisfaction with the Church's practices began to bubble to the surface, while the Renaissance brought about a rediscovery of classical learning and a flourishing of culture. It also gave rise to new ideas that challenged the authority of the Pope and the Church. Humanism, with its emphasis on the individual, and the rediscovery of ancient philosophy began to question the role of the Church in the lives of the people. Some thinkers, such as Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, advocated for a more direct relationship with God unmediated by the Church. Others, like Erasmus of Rotterdam, sought to reform the Church from within, criticizing the moral failings of the clergy and calling for a return to a more authentic Christianity. In this context, one of the quirkiest and most fascinating episodes of the papacy's involvement with the Renaissance was the rise of the Papal States as a sort of medieval patron of the arts. The papacy became one of the most powerful patrons of Renaissance artists and architects, commissioning works from the likes of Michelangelo, Raphael, and Bramante. This involvement helped shape the trajectory of Western art, but it also created an odd tension. On one hand, the papacy was pouring money into magnificent artistic projects that would immortalize its legacy. On the other hand, the Church's reputation was increasingly tied to the indulgence of wealth, and its extravagant spending on art architecture and palatial luxury became a point of critique. Another curious aspect of this period was the role of the papacy in Italy's political landscape. As the central authority of the Papal States, the Pope wasn't just a religious leader, but also a territorial ruler involved in the intricate political maneuvers of Italy's city-states. The political entanglements of the papacy during this time are sometimes overlooked in discussions of Renaissance art, but they were pivotal. Popes like Sixtus IV and Innocent VIII engaged in power struggles with other Italian rulers using both diplomacy and military force to expand or defend papal territory. However, these political entanglements and the increasing accumulation of wealth also played a role in the growing critique of the papacy. The idea that the Pope could wield such immense political and temporal power became more problematic as the Renaissance gave rise to a more secular, rational worldview. The popes of this period may have been patrons of the arts, but they were also embroiled in the same power struggles and political intrigues as the kings and princes of Europe. This dual role as both spiritual leader and secular ruler began to wear thin in the eyes of many, setting the stage for the coming challenges to papal authority. One of the most famous moments of papal indulgence during this period was the papacy of Pope Julius II, who became Pope in 1503. Julius II is perhaps best remembered for his commission of the Sistine Chapel's ceiling frescoes by Michelangelo, a project that would become one of the defining works of the Renaissance. Julius II's papacy, however, was also marked by his military campaigns to expand the Papal States, a strategy that reinforced the idea of the Pope as both a spiritual and political power. Julius's ambition and military pursuits were at times criticized as a betrayal of the Church's spiritual mission. But despite these criticisms, the papacy was beginning to regain its prestige. The artistic and intellectual achievements of the Renaissance period provided the Church with a new kind of authority, one based not only on spiritual power, but also on cultural dominance. The papacy was no longer just a religious institution. It was also the center of European culture, art, and learning. However, as we will see in the coming sections, this newfound power was not immune to the tides of history. The Reformation, which began in the early 16th century, would shake the papacy to its core, challenging the very foundations of the Catholic Church and altering the course of European history forever. The 16th century is arguably one of the most transformative periods in the history of the papacy. The Renaissance had brought with it a renewed sense of power and influence for the papacy, but it also set the stage for the most profound crisis the Church had ever faced, the Protestant Reformation. By the time Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the church in Wittenberg in 1517, the papacy was at its height in terms of wealth, prestige, and artistic patronage. However, beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to show. The opulence and political maneuvering of the popes, as well as the growing discontent with church practices, would soon lead to an upheaval that would forever change the face of Christianity. The Reformation was ignited by Martin Luther's protests against the Catholic Church. particularly the practice of selling indulgences. Indulgences were pardons granted by the Church that, in theory, reduced the time spent in purgatory. This practice had grown increasingly controversial as the sale of indulgences became more widespread. The Church used the funds to finance grand projects like St. Peter's Basilica, but many saw it as a blatant attempt to profit from spiritual matters. Luther, a monk and theologian, was particularly outraged by this practice, and his theological objections were deeply rooted in his understanding of salvation and the authority of Scripture. Luther's 95 Theses were a direct challenge to papal authority. While he did not initially seek to break away from the Church, he wanted to reform it from within. He argued that salvation could not be bought or sold, and that the Pope and the Church had no authority to grant indulgences. His ideas quickly gained traction, spreading across Europe with the help of the newly invented printing press. This was a watershed moment for the Church, and the papacy found itself grappling with an existential crisis. Luther's movement, which would eventually become known as Lutheranism, challenged the very foundations of papal authority and the traditional structures of the Catholic Church. The papacy's response to Luther was swift and forceful. Pope Leo VI initially dismissed Luther's criticisms as the rants of a disgruntled monk, but as Luther's ideas spread, the Pope was forced to take stronger action. In 1520, Leo issued a papal bull Exsurge Domine, condemning Luther's teachings and threatening him with excommunication. Luther, however, refused to recant, and in 1521 he was officially excommunicated. The break between Luther and the papacy was now complete, and his teachings had sparked a movement that would lead to a profound fragmentation of the Western Christian world. As the Reformation gathered momentum, the papacy was faced with the threat of losing its authority, not just in Germany, where Luther's ideas had taken hold, but throughout much of Europe. Protestantism spread rapidly, fueled by growing dissatisfaction with the Church and the emerging spirit of humanism that questioned traditional authority. The Pope's once unquestioned spiritual leadership was now under attack, and the idea of papal supremacy was being seriously challenged. But the papacy was not going to give up its power without a fight. Pope Paul III, who came to the papacy in 1534, recognized the need for reform within the Church, and he convened the Council of Trent in 1545. The council would meet intermittently over the next 18 years, and it became the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation. The Council of Trent was a monumental event in Church history. It addressed many of the issues raised by the Reformers, reaffirming traditional Catholic doctrine on matters such as the sacraments, the role of the Church, and the authority of the Pope. The Council also initiated significant reforms aimed at addressing corruption within the Church, such as the sale of indulgences, the moral conduct of the clergy, and the education of priests. While the Council of Trent helped to strengthen the Catholic Church internally and clarify its doctrines, it also created a sharp divide between Catholics and Protestants. The Church's response to Luther's critiques was forceful and uncompromising, reaffirming papal authority and the traditional practices of the Church. The Counter-Reformation, as this response came to be known, was a reaction to the theological challenges posed by the Protestant Reformation. The papacy, with its deepened sense of spiritual and political authority, would go on to play a pivotal role in the Catholic resurgence. The Reformation's impact on the papacy was immense. No longer could the Pope claim unquestioned authority over the Christian world. Protestantism had successfully undermined the power of the Pope in large parts of Europe, and the division between Catholics and Protestants would continue for centuries. The papacy's loss of spiritual authority was matched by the increasing secularization of European politics, where kings and emperors began to assert their authority over religious matters. The Age of Enlightenment, which would follow the Reformation, would only deepen the challenges to papal power, as secular ideologies began to take root. One of the more unusual aspects of this period was the papacy's use of art and architecture to bolster its authority during the Counter-Reformation. While the Protestant Reformation had stripped much of the Catholic Church's power, the papacy sought to reaffirm its dominance through cultural means. Pope Paul III and his successors commissioned some of the most iconic art and architecture of the Renaissance, including Michelangelo's Last Judgment in the Sistine Chapel and the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica. The papacy's investment in these grandiose projects was not just about beautifying the church. It was about demonstrating the enduring power and splendor of the papacy in the face of Protestant challenges. The Baroque style, which came to define Catholic art during this period, was designed to evoke a sense of awe and divine authority, reflecting the papacy's desire to assert its spiritual dominance. The papacy also took a more active role in the politics of Europe during this time. The Pope aligned himself with Catholic monarchs and played a key role in the Catholic-Habsburg alliance, which sought to push back against the spread of Protestantism. The papacy became deeply involved in the wars of religion that racked Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries, as the Catholic Church fought to reclaim territory lost to Protestantism. But despite these efforts, the papacy's power continued to wane in the face of the rise of powerful nation-states and the growing influence of secularism. Looking back on the 16th century, it's clear that the papacy was at a crossroads. The Reformation shattered the unity of Christendom, and the papacy was forced to confront not just theological dissent, but also political and cultural shifts that were beyond its control. The Counter-Reformation represented an effort to reaffirm the papacy's authority. But the Protestant Reformation had irrevocably altered the landscape of European religion and politics. The papacy's role in the future of Europe would no longer be as dominant as it had been in the past, but it would continue to evolve as an institution in the centuries to come. As the 17th century unfolded, the papacy found itself facing a world radically different from the one that had dominated the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance. The Protestant Reformation, while a devastating blow to papal authority, had set in motion forces that would forever alter the course of European history. The rise of powerful nation-states, the growth of secularism, and the spread of Enlightenment ideas all combined to challenge the once uncontested power of the papacy. Yet, despite these pressures, the papacy adapted, navigating through a rapidly changing world with remarkable resilience. The 17th century saw the papacy enter a new phase, a period marked by both decline and revival. On the one hand, the Vatican remained a beacon of spiritual leadership for millions of Catholics, and the popes continued to wield significant influence over the Catholic world. On the other hand, their political and secular power was increasingly diminished, as monarchs consolidated authority within their own borders, and the papacy's role as the spiritual head of all Christians was gradually eroded. One of the most significant moments of this era was the reign of Pope Urban VIII, 1623–1644, whose papacy encapsulated the complexities and contradictions of the time. Urban VIII, a member of the powerful Barberini family, is best remembered for his efforts to assert papal authority, particularly in the face of the growing power of secular rulers in Europe. Yet he also presided over an era of intense political conflict and reform within the Church. Urban was keenly aware of the growing influence of monarchs and sought to protect the papacy's influence through diplomacy, political alliances, and at times military action. Urban's papacy was marked by his involvement in several political struggles, especially with France and Spain. These two Catholic powers were often at odds with each other, and the Pope was frequently caught in the middle, trying to maintain the Church's independence while also navigating the complex web of European diplomacy. His attempts to exert papal influence over the monarchs were often met with resistance as secular rulers sought to limit the Pope's authority, particularly in matters of political control and territorial holdings. Despite his political struggles, Urban VIII is remembered for his patronage of the arts, particularly his role in the construction and decoration of St. Peter's Basilica. Under his guidance, the basilica's magnificent Baroque style was further developed with artists like Gian Lorenzo Bernini, contributing some of their most famous works. Bernini's work in St. Peter's, including the iconic baldacchino, the grand bronze canopy over the altar, and the design of St. Peter's Square, was intended not only to showcase the Church's power, but also to inspire awe and reverence among the faithful. This extravagant patronage of the arts was part of a broader attempt by the papacy to maintain its spiritual and political prominence in a world increasingly dominated by secular rulers. However, the grand artistic achievements of the papacy in the 17th century were in many ways a response to the growing tide of secularism and the diminishing political power of the Church. While the papacy was able to maintain its hold over vast territories in Italy, its influence in the broader European political sphere was fading. The rise of absolute monarchies in France, Spain, and elsewhere meant that secular rulers were increasingly asserting their power over religious matters. The 30 Years' War, 1609–18, 1648, a brutal and destructive conflict that ravaged much of Europe, saw the papacy try and fail to play a decisive role in bringing peace to the continent. Despite the Catholic Church's alliance with Catholic monarchs, the papacy found itself sidelined in the negotiations that eventually ended the war with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, a treaty that marked the beginning of the modern system of nation-states and further diminished papal authority. As the century progressed, the papacy's political role continued to decline, but its spiritual authority remained a central force in the Catholic world. The papacy's ongoing challenges were compounded by the rise of the Enlightenment in the 18th century. Intellectuals and philosophers began to question not only the authority of the Church, but the very foundation of religious faith itself. The Enlightenment emphasized reason, individualism, and secularism, and these ideals stood in stark contrast to the dogmatic and hierarchical nature of the Catholic Church. One of the more quirky moments of the papacy's struggle with secularism came during the pontificate of Pope Clement XI, 1700–21, who confronted the growing influence of Enlightenment thought. Clement's papacy saw the rise of what some called the War of the Philosophers as intellectuals like Voltaire and Rousseau began to openly criticize the Church and its teachings. Clement responded by issuing papal bulls condemning the works of Enlightenment philosophers, including the Exuperantism Bull in 1713, which condemned the ideas of some French philosophers. In many ways, Clement's reaction was a sign of the papacy's increasing struggle to maintain its authority in the face of new intellectual movements that sought to undermine traditional religious authority. Meanwhile, despite the growing challenges, the papacy's spiritual role continued to thrive in the Catholic world. The 17th century saw the establishment of numerous new religious orders, including the Jesuits, who played an important role in the Church's mission in the Americas, Asia, and Africa. The Jesuits in particular became known for their educational work and their defense of Catholic orthodoxy against the rising tide of Protestantism and secularism. The Jesuits' missionary work, particularly in China and Latin America, allowed the papacy to expand its global reach, even as its political authority continued to wane in Europe. The spiritual influence of the papacy in the 17th century was also marked by the growth of popular piety, particularly through the veneration of saints and the expansion of Catholic devotions, such as the Rosary and the Sacred Heart of Jesus. These practices allowed the papacy to connect with the masses in ways that transcended political power, providing a means for ordinary Catholics to engage with the Church's spiritual authority. By the end of the century, the papacy found itself at a crossroads. The political influence that had defined the papacy for centuries was fading, but the Church's spiritual influence remained strong, particularly in the Catholic world. The papacy had survived the challenges of the Reformation and the rise of secularism, but its ability to wield political power was increasingly limited. The coming centuries would bring new challenges and opportunities, but the papacy's role as a global spiritual leader remained intact. Yet, as the world moved into the modern age, the papacy's ability to maintain its position as the preeminent authority in the Christian world would be continuously tested.